starting the stream, starting the stream. I have started the stream, starting the stream. We are starting the stream, starting the stream, start the stream. Hello. I am so determined to be cozy tonight. It hasn't been the worst day ever. I'm not gonna complain too much. I've just had like a big stressful financial thing to deal with, and I had to speak to a customer service, and it's just unpleasant for everyone involved. I feel like calling customer service is the worst, because I'm sure the people who work in customer service also like hate being there. So on both ends of the communication, it's just like a bad time. But yeah, so I've been a bit angry and frustrated about that. And it's made me sad. Hello, Hannah. Nice of you to drop by. Oh, that's how you show comments. Lovely. Thank you for stopping by. Did I already say that? I've turned on like non-stop talking mode, because I know you're not supposed to have more than 7 seconds of silence when you stream. So I'm trying to just pump out the words, and sometimes my brain not as fast as the mouth hole. But yeah, so I'm determined to like turn this day around. It actually have been semi-turned around, because I did get a beautiful blessing this week. Oh god, that sounds like I'm pregnant. I'm not pregnant. I have an art supply advent calendar, and I am feeling so like grateful for it, because I do not currently have a ton of like liquid assets, but I really wanted I really wanted to do opening an art advent calendar again like I did last year, because it was a lot of fun to do like the short ASMR videos on Instagram and TikTok. And then thank you. I super appreciate that. And some YouTube videos. Anyway, so I put out a call on my Instagram story, and I was like, hey, I would love to do this again, but I don't currently have the funds. If you all would like to see that content, please let me know if you're interested, and we can do like a fundraiser thing, so we can like do the thing. And my friend Maria just like sent me the whole sum, so I didn't need to do a fundraising thing. Maria was just like, here you go, Merry Christmas. So, oh, I put it away. But I got the calendar. It's huge and shiny, and I can't believe I have to wait like 6 weeks to open it. So that's an exciting thing about this week. Hello, Ellen. Thank you for coming to hang out. I'm so glad to have people hang out with me. I'm feeling the like need to be social, because I got sick immediately after I got home from Newfoundland, and I'm still a little sick, so I haven't like hung out with a person for almost 2 weeks now. My mom has been by to visit briefly, and I had my housing support today, which is like a disability support thing that I get, where it's a person whose job it is to come to my house and make sure that I do my household chores. So I had seen that person, but yeah, I haven't like, hung out with a friend. I have had my video call dates with my newfie partner, of course. But yeah. So, streaming doesn't exactly fill the void of human contact, but it does really help. So I'm appreciative of you for being here and hanging out with me. Are you gonna read? And if so, what are you gonna be reading? I have 3 books, so I'm hoping to do at least 3 sprints. I would ideally also like to draw, but we'll see how many sprints I have the stamina for. Oh, forcing a colleague of mine who is also quite antisocial but wants to see people from time to time to come see Night Bitch with me next week. Amy Adams is a queen. Is that like a new movie? I know there's a book called Night Bitch. Is that like a movie adaptation of the book, or is it unrelated? Is Amy Adams the tall blonde comedy lady? Or am I thinking of a different person? Anyway, I hope you have a good time and that the movie is good. I do love the word Night Bitch, but for some reason I wasn't like enthralled with the synopsis of the book that I now cannot recall. Amy Adams is the ginger lady. Okay, okay. Who am I thinking of? Amy Schumer, maybe? There's like another Amy. She was in the Muppet movie. Lord of the Rings, yes. Clown in a Cornfield doesn't have my special little boys in love, so it doesn't count for my LGBT pick. Are you counting Lord of the Rings for your LGBT pick? Like, arguably you could. Some people would be upset about it. I would endorse it as a notorious prompt stretcher. I mean, they do kiss on the page. Like, that does happen. It's just, you know, people argue that it's platonic, and it can absolutely be. Like, Sam Frodo shipping gets really contentious because some people are like, don't take tender platonic male friendships from us. And I just feel like it's not pro-homo propaganda that does that, it's homophobia. Like, it's not offensive to be, you know, accused of being gay if you don't think it's bad to be gay. Like, it's fine. Like, do you know how many times I've been with a male friend or talking about a male friend and someone has been like, oh, are you dating, are you interested? And I don't get massively offended. I do get annoyed, because, you know, there's a place for non-machismo male friendships, but Sam is a simp for Frodo, and it should have been a full tongue kiss. Yeah, and I mean, that those books are also full of like other tender male friendships, I think. Like, I feel like all of Tolkien's male characters, like almost all of them, all of the good guys, are very like genuine and heartfelt and very sweet with each other. Maybe, you know, Éomer and Gimli have a bit of a macho, we're gonna fight over if Galadriel or Arwen is the most beautiful. But generally speaking, all of the men in Lord of the Rings are very tender with each other. I don't know, like, I totally see the point, and I agree that men need more hugs. I'm a big believer in men hugs. Men have the right to hugs. I was gonna say something about International Men's Day, which is in November sometime. I think it's November 19th. It's International Men's Day. It's Global Mental Health Day today. And I celebrated by not making a social media post about mental health, because that was the better thing to do for my mental health. How many times can I say mental health in a sentence, and how many times can I say mental health without starting to stumble over the words? Have I read Women in Love? It's about these two women who marry these two men who love each other more than their wives. And it's defo about men getting more man hugs. But the film made it so steamy. Interesting. It's called Women in Love, but it's about men in love? Or not in love? I'm slightly confused, but intrigued. But yeah, just to, like, I don't know, make clear my stance on the Sam Frodo discourse. I think it's fine to ship them. I don't think it's Sam Frodo shippers' fault that men are scared of hugs. And I think it's not a bad thing if someone asks if you're gay. So, hugs. I don't think that clarified things. I don't know. If someone's gonna get offended by that, I will just have to deal with it. I don't know, something about the internet, like, I have a fear of being yelled at and, like, bullied and, like, getting mean comments, and also saying accidentally something that's, like, genuinely bad, or just something that that comes off as me saying something I don't actually believe, you know? So I'm very afraid of being misunderstood, basically, which is also true for all my interactions in general. But, you know, if someone gets upset with me, I'll deal with that, then I don't need to worry about it. I will stop talking about that topic now. Women in Love. Ooh, it's D.H. Lawrence. Wasn't it steamy in the book version? Because I know D.H. Lawrence was notorious for writing the steamy Lady Chatterley's lover. Is Women in Love not steamy on the book page as well? So as for my reading, I have 3 books. I have Frankenstein, which I want to read 3 chapters because I'm doing a 2-person book club with my partner. So that's really fun. I have Dante's Inferno, which I have listened to all of the audiobook, but that was very much just like a warm-up, because I did not, like, retain most of it, but I have, like, a vague idea, a silhouette, an outline of the content, which I think is gonna make it, like, more easily readable on the page. I hope that makes sense. It's like, I don't know, I can't come up with a good analogy for the, like, prep thing of audiobook, but yeah. And yeah, then I have In Defense of Lenin, Volume 1, that I would like to read a chapter of. Yes. Women in Love was risque at the time. Listen, it's an imposing book. I have Volume 2 over there as well, but I haven't gone into that yet. I love this message, just Lenin. I love that they chose the cat pic for the cover. It's very cute. Fun fact about Lenin that many people don't know, because bourgeois historians are determined to paint him as, like, a bloodthirsty dictator, which is not true. He was a very sweet and gentle guy. He was also a short king, which we love, and his wife was taller than him, so slay. I love that. And they had a great system where they, every other week, one of them would be responsible for the household tasks, so like cooking and cleaning and everything. So like one week Lenin would do it, and the other week Krupskaya would do it. Egalitarian, feminist icon Lenin. But yeah, he was a cool guy, and there's a lot of valuable lessons to learn from all the political struggles that he went through throughout his life as a revolutionary. Gotta separate the short kings from the Napoleon complex guy. I heard someone say something about the Napoleon complex, that it's like kind of a myth, but I don't have the full scoop on that, so I don't know. But yeah, Lenin did not. He was a pretty pretty humble and chill guy. Stalin, when he first met Lenin, was disappointed that Lenin wasn't more like braggadocious, for lack of the word I want but can't remember. He was like, Lenin just acted like he was any other delegate at the Congress and was just talking to people. And he was disappointed that the famous Lenin was so chill. And it's like, well, yeah, obviously he wants to talk to people about the work. Come on. Yeah, this, fuck Stalin. All my homies hate Stalin. Like, that's such a stupid take. I don't know. Anyway. Short kings and Napoleons are so different. True Napoleons aren't actually that short, and they get so upset when you mention their height or anything else about their abilities to do stuff. Napoleon wasn't short, it was just classic British war propaganda. I swear to God. Maybe that's what I was thinking of when I was like, The British ruling class, I should say, no hate to you, my British friends. Yeah. Imagine a man who creates a government based on equality, acts like he's equal to everyone else. Shocked Pikachu face. Used to work with a guy who picked fights with women and then said he was discriminated against based on height. Oh my god. Oh no. That's I don't. If I can be mean for a second, it's giving incel vibes. Like, that is massive red flags, and bad red flags, not good red flags. Since we're on the topic of Lenin. Okay, we should probably start reading. I should stop yapping. I didn't realize I had this much yap in me, and I haven't even shown you my drinks. Oh, you can't even see. Skull mug. Tea for caffeine, Pepsi for fun, and water for hydration. The holy trinity of drinks. I mean, you know, I didn't say it. Yeah, see, you understand me, Ellen. You get me. So let's read to the full hour, so a 40-minute sprint, and then we will reconvene. I'm just gonna set up a banner. Reading until :00. Scroll across the bottom. Show? Yes. Oh, wonderful. Love this. Okay. Happy reading, y'all, and I will see you in 40 minutes. Boo. Did I jump scare you? Hello. How was everyone's reading? I read my 3 chapters of Frankenstein. I'm this far into it. The tabs are for like 3 chapters at a time, because that's what we've said. We'll read like in chunks and then talk about it. And in the last chapter here that I read, the monster is just starting to tell his story, which I think is the most interesting part, probably. It's just like their dynamic is so fascinating. 10 pages and then distraction, still more pages than you might have read otherwise. So a win is a win. And then I had some time left, so I read 2 of the cantos in Inferno. The whole thing is, I think, 34? Yeah, 34 cantos. So I've read two of 34. In Frankenstein, I have 2 tabs, because I have like a transparent post-it note with a thing I want to remember to mention when we discussed it. And what's the other tab? Yeah, a funny sentence I wanted to remember to talk about. I mean, listen to this. Victor Frankenstein is so fucking ridiculous. Like, he's so stupid, and really shallow, and just a very shitty person. But I think he's very interesting as a character. Anyway, listen to this. The mere presence of the idea was an irresistible proof of the fact. What? What are you saying to me, Victor? Because you think it's necessarily true? You're supposed to be a man of science. Like, he's so dumb. Speaking of men of science, it's really funny earlier when he describes his professors, and he's basically like, oh, this professor is ugly, so I don't like him. This other professor is pretty, so I like him. It's like, okay. Okay, dude. But yeah, the first 2 cantos in Inferno, we haven't really gotten into hell yet. We have Dante meeting Virgil and being like, oh my god, I'm your biggest fan. And then Virgil explains why he consented to being Dante's guide. And I read something interesting in the notes that I liked. So in the first canto, there's 3 animals. There's a jaguar, a lion, and a wolf. And the note writer thinks that the wolf represents avarice or greed, and says avarice for Dante characterizes the corrupt culture of a capitalist Florence and is above all a pointless and never-ending pursuit of false and unsatisfying goods. In this sense, it is a brute which knows no peace. And, you know, as a filthy commie, that just made me think of how, you know, the capitalists' hunt for profit is relentless, and like, they can never have enough profits. They always gotta have more. So I thought that was a pretty neat note. I'm excited to continue reading this guy's notes. Let me credit the guy, actually. Translation and notes by Robin Kirkpatrick. So yeah, I love when Victor gets cautionary tales from other people, and he's just like, but nothing could ever go wrong for me. Yeah, Victor is just like, rip to you, but I'm built different. And then he proceeds to be not built different. He builds different. I will not apologize for my bad jokes. I'm working on that. Yeah, I wish I could just continue reading Frankenstein, but I don't want to read too far ahead of my partner because that seems rude. So I think for the next sprint, I'm gonna read one chapter of In Defense of Lenin, and if I do that before the sprint has ended, I will go back to Inferno, and then I'll do at least another sprint and read Inferno, because I do want to do this. And I feel like it has helped to have listened to it first, even though, like I said, I've done a very casual listening where I'm just like letting it wash over me and absorb like 10% maybe. It's kind of like rinsing the dishes before you put them in on the washing machine. I think it is maybe a fitting analogy. Oh, I should remove the banner. Silly me. But yeah. What are you reading, Ellen? Is it Woman Eating? I really like, but nothing could ever go wrong for me. Also, speaking of Inferno, I'm excited because I know Cerberus is coming up. Are you seeing this friend? He's so cute and so squishable. I love him so much. When I was in Newfoundland, we went to Spirit Halloween, which is a North American thing, and so it was very exciting for me. I had never been to a Spirit Halloween before, and my partner got me this at Spirit Halloween, and I got myself this blood vial necklace. I don't know how well you can see it, but it has like red liquid in it, so you can like, yeah, see it float around in there, which I think is neat. I like it. I'm really channeling the goth vibes. I feel like every October I'm like, October, my favorite month, and then life is just like, bitch, October hates you. Let it go. And I'm not gonna let it go. I refuse. It's just, I don't know, somehow there's always like a lot going on in October. But that's okay. I have my emotional support skull. The fact that the camera is like mirrored really confuses me. Oh, I like the click sound. Yeah. Yep, still Woman Eating, enjoying it. I love a struggle to get hold of blood and curiosity about necks. Yeah. Like, it is unique as far as vampire novels go, but I really enjoyed it. I think it was like a 4 for me. It could have been a 5 if it had been a little thicker and like had more space to go even deeper into the themes. But I personally enjoyed it, so I hope you will too. I almost said something that might have been a spoiler, but there's a particular reference in it that I thought was really funny, and that it shouldn't have worked, but I think it did. So yeah, I wonder what Hannah has gotten up to. Shall we just continue reading, or do we have anything else to discuss that's important? Let me know. Yeah, my boy, my cute boy. Do 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 do. Now the biggest book of them all. At least all the ones I have here beside me. Not the biggest book in the entire world. In my grandma's house, she has a absolutely massive, really old Bible. And it's funny because she is not a religious person. And I don't know if she ever has been. I know I've asked her about it. If I recall correctly, she was made to go to church on Sundays as a child, but has never been very religious. But I think that massive Bible is like a family heirloom of some kind. Hopefully, it doesn't fall to me to take care of it when she passes away. Does that sound horrible to say? Am I gonna get cancelled for that? She's gonna at some point, and she talks about it all the time, which I think is a little morbid of her. Whenever I find a book in her bookshelves that I do want, she's like, "Yeah, I'm not gonna read it again. I need to clean out for death." I'm like, "Okay, Grandma, thank you for reminding me that you're not immortal. I hate it." I do think she's gonna be around for a while though. We tend to live long, the women on my mother's side of the family. Although she is in her 90s already, so I need to stop talking about this before I make myself sad. There's something that feels kind of gothic about an enormous. Oh, absolutely. The gothic and Catholicism, like this, I don't know. Christianity in general, but especially Catholicism, is just really fucked up. If you look at religious art through art history, so much body horror. You know that painting where someone's poking Jesus's wound? What? It's like horny body horror. It's yeah, Catholicism is absolutely gothic as fuck. But also, I don't know. I'm struggling to. I'm having a thought that I'm struggling to articulate. I might need to let it cook for a while. But something about the unknown and the unexplained, and how that pertains to both religion and to what makes things scary. Because in religion, you have non-explanations that are God just decided this, and that's the only explanation. And the unknown is often what is scary in a scary book, particularly in the classic Gothic, where it's is this really happening, or is it supernatural, or am I insane? And that the unknown element is a big part of why it's scary. Does that make sense? I it's not a fully cooked thought, so give me a break if it's not great. But I feel like there's something there that we can marinate for a little while. My granddad is 97. That is impressive. That is impressive. And so he's surrounded by women all the time. He's like the last man standing in his town. That's such a vibe. And by such a vibe, I mean that like it sounds like the premise for a good story of some kind. And he also talks about death a lot. I mean, it's gonna be on your mind. Like, we, as humans, we do die. Despite our best efforts, as Victor Frankenstein can attest. I mean, it is horny body horror. I call it like I see it. Okay, good. Thank you. I'm glad I said something that made sense. I can do the words. Yay. Okay, let's read some more. Try not to get distracted, Ellen. But no judgment if you do. It's fine. Shall we go for a 45? Or should we do a shorter one? What do you think? I'm gonna... And by 45 I mean go to the hour again. That would make it easy for me, because then I don't have to change the banner. All right, then let's go until the hour, and I will see you then. Yay! Reading completed once again. And you've already told me how you did, so thank you. Finished part 1 of Woman Eating. How are you? How was it? Don't think I would have done any reading tonight without the sprint, so thank you. Well, thank you for coming to hang out. I probably wouldn't have done as much reading either, to be honest. It's good to get that little bit of structure, you know? So yeah, I read my chapter of Lenin as planned. It was the chapter about the start of World War I and the betrayal of the Second International. So the Second International, the global organization that like connected the social democratic parties in all the countries, which is what Marxism was mostly called at the time. Like if you were a social democrat, you were a Marxist, basically. In the years leading up to the war, they had taken multiple resolutions to be firmly against the war. And, you know, workers of the world unite. Kind of famous slogan for good reason. But when the war actually broke out, the leaders of the German party, which was like basically the leading party in the International, they were really, they were big in membership and they were well respected. They capitulated to the pressure and voted for the war budget and even like encouraged workers to enlist in the army, aka go out into the battlefield and shoot at workers from other countries. Absolutely bizarre behavior. So the Second International died basically in the First World War. Because if like that is exactly the moment when you need international worker solidarity. And they try to argue that, oh, but those are politics for peacetime and now it's war, so it's different. No, it's not. But yeah, so that's what that chapter was about. A brief overview. And then I made oatmeal and ate oatmeal. And since I'm alone, I didn't want to turn the camera off. So I just ate on camera oatmeal, which looks kind of gross. But, you know, I was here. I was present. I was sitting with you, which felt like the right thing to do. And then I read one single canto in Inferno. According to the notes, Milton in Paradise Lost borrowed some things from Dante. So now I feel very, you know, cultured because I've read Paradise Lost as well. Although I'm very uncultured because I haven't read the Aeneid, Virgil's like famous. I'm just gonna write it in the chat. I'm not sure how to pronounce it. But yeah, Virgil's famous poem. I think it's an epic poem. But you know, we're getting there. I mean, I'm being completely facetious when I'm saying like cultured and uncultured. I'm being a massive nerd by giving myself homework assignments to read these like dense old Bible fan fiction poems. But I think it's interesting, and I wanted to read Inferno because Hosier's last album was like inspired by the 9 circles of hell, so all the songs correspond to either a circle or there's the descent and the ascent. Do you like it when books make references to other books you've read? Yeah. You know, no book exists in a vacuum. No book is an island, much like people. So it's really neat when you start to see like the conversations the books are having with each other, intertextuality, as it is known in the universities. But yeah, the sense of connectedness, connection, connectivity, is really neat. It's like, yeah, there's context to this, and I know the context. It's really, really fun, I think. So I'm excited to keep reading this. I put the bookmark on the wrong place. I was like, I have not read that far. I read one single Canto. Canto 3. And listen to this horny bit from Dante's Inferno. And then he placed his hand around my own. He smiled to give me some encouragement and set me on to enter secret things. Eh? Secret things? Is that what the kids are calling it? Not these days, but hundreds of years ago. Am I right? When actually was Inferno written? I don't actually. Let me Google. I'm just gonna Google. Hey Google, when did Dante write the Divine Comedy? Dante Divine Comedy. Finished around 1321. I was gonna say 1300s, and now I'm sad that I didn't say it out loud. But I did think it, I promise. It's finally starting to happen to me. It increased 100% after reading Anna Karenina because so many books refer to it. I haven't read Anna Karenina. I think I tried to start it once, but I tried to start it as an ebook that I was like reading on my phone, which is not a good way to read like a massive brick of a book. But that is one I am interested in reading someday for the, you know, literary history nerd aspect. Because yeah, the connectivity is fun. I'm trying to decide for this next sprint if I'm gonna keep at it with Inferno for a bit, or if I'm gonna try to draw a bit first, because I do think I have 2 more sprints in me. But no pressure if you need to go. I'm gonna keep reading. I'm like on a roll with reading. There are big tangents, but I feel like not as big as in War and Peace, which I haven't read. But a lot of the tangents are about workers and farming. But that sounds interesting. Have you read Les Mis? Because I have read Les Mis, and Hugo will deadass go on a 50-page tangent about like the Paris sewer system and the Battle of Waterloo. And like they are relevant to the plot, but it's this cheeky thing he does, where the action is starting to ramp up and you're like, ooh, what's gonna happen? And Victor Hugo is like, let me tell you what I think about the military strategy in Waterloo. And then 50 pages later, we find out that like an important person to the plot died in the battle, and we're like, oh, okay. Oh wait, no, didn't die. Had his life saved by someone. Like, it is plot relevant. But yeah, he keeps you in suspense by way of tangents. It's a technique for sure. It definitely feels reflective of a time where authors didn't have TikTok to compete with for people's attention. I feel that in general with older books, they don't have to work as hard to keep your attention, because what else are you gonna do? You know, there's no TV. Totally fair and valid to not read Les Mis. Meanwhile, something important happened. Yeah. It is funny. I'm trying to cut down on my Pepsi drinking, and as you can see, it's not a super success so far. But tomorrow is a new day. It's mostly for financial reasons. I know it's like not like great for your health, but I'm not super concerned about it. It's just like an unnecessary expense. But it's like a mood boosting crutch that I use to get through the day. I'm trying to not need it or like want it. I don't need it. I'm trying to not want it. But yeah, since I had a bit of a trying day today, I succumbed. So I guess I would end up in the gluttony circle of hell, according to Dante. Or like the lust circle. I mean, I'm not like horny about Pepsi, but there's like something about, succumbing to the desires of the flesh. There, I feel. My flesh desires Pepsi. Ooh, I have another spooky thing. I have a skeleton arm. I thought this said the dork liquid, and I was about to just be like, sure, why not? The dork liquid. Aye, that's fair. I'll take it. It's so good. It's so good. It's a problem. Anyway, I'm gonna keep the dork liquid pinned, because that's funny. Look at my skeleton arm that I used to scratch my back. Isn't it neat? I found it at the Canadian dollar store Dollarama, and I simply had to have it. I mean, it's a stylish gothic back scratcher, and I think that's great. I'm also, when I'm reading, resting upon this this bat pillow. This is just a show and tell. I'm just showing you things around my couch. Your cat would love the skeleton arm or the bat plushie. What's your cat's name? I don't know if I know your cat. Please let me get to know your cat. I can't have cats because I'm allergic, which is the great tragedy of my life. Cats were my first special interest when I was a child, and then I became allergic, which is just like great irony. I did not laugh. Um, but yeah, I'm very interested to hear about cats because I do so love them, despite the fact that they cause me great pain. They're like the One Ring to me. You know when Gandalf is reading the manuscripts in Gondor, and Isildur has written, "It is dear to me, although I buy it with a great pain." That's how I live. I live. That's my relationship to cats. Luna, that's such a cute name. She lives at my boyfriend's house. She was his neighbor's cat, but she did that cat thing of deciding to move. See, this is why I love cats so much. They are ungovernable. It's great. Yeah, I'm still holding out hope that I'm gonna like grow out of it. But considering I grew into it, I don't know. I don't know how that works. I don't know if that's gonna happen. I know there's like vaccinations you can get in some places. Um, in Sweden, you can only get them for like more serious reasons than I would like to have a cat in my home, please, like as a pet. I don't know what like sufficiently serious reason would be in order to get your allergy vaccination. Probably if it's like life threatening. Um, her original owners got another cat and then a dog, and she was just like, no. Good for her. She felt that the situation became toxic and removed herself, and I respect that so much. That is wonderful. Ungovernable. All right. Have I yapped on enough, perhaps? Shall we get back to reading? It's 17 past now, so honestly, why don't we just go for 45 again? And we'll meet back here, right here, at the top of the hour. I hope that sounds good. I will. I hope it does, because I will put up the banner and let's get to reading. But first, Pepsi. Hello, hello. No more reading, sleepy eyes. That is super fair and valid. You gotta get your honk shoes in there. I'm glad you had fun. I read a few more Kantos. I have read Kanto up until including Kanto 9 of 34. So I'm not good at maths. It's not quite a third of it, but also not a fourth. Somewhere between there. I don't know. Each kanto is pretty short, which is good, because the like chapters in Paradise Lost were super long. So it was more of a challenge to sort of get through a section. Inferno is a lot easier to read in many ways, which is funny because it's 300 years older than Paradise Lost. But I feel like Milton was much more dense than Dante. It is really funny to me that he's like writing about himself. It's giving like Your Name fanfic vibes. Like in one of these, in like the first circle, which is just like people who were never baptized, that haven't like technically sinned, but they're not like good Christians because they're not baptized, you know. Again, Christianity is horrifying on as it is. Anyway, in that circle, he meets some great ancient poets like Homer and Ovid, and he's like, and they invited me to hang out with them. And it's just really funny. He's just, I'm just imagining him in his chamber there being like, oh, and then I met my idols and they wanted to hang out with me, and they thought I was really good. Exactly, it literally is a self-insert, and I'm not afraid to say it. The main character in Woman Eating is definitely also working through her mother's self-loathing and fear of sin. Yeah. Ooh, actually, there was something interesting, speaking of death, that we talked about before. There's a part where Dante asks Virgil, like, why are these people so upset? And Virgil is like, they know, these have no hope that death will ever come. Which I think this is the, yeah, the first circle, so the unbaptized. Or I think so. Yeah. Yeah. And it got me thinking about like death in the gothic and the spooky, because like in Frankenstein, Victor is like looking to create life, and death is like terrifying, but living forever is also terrifying, like in the figure of a vampire, for example, who is immortal. There's like the inherent horror of never being allowed to rest. you know? And I feel like that's the idea that that he's saying there, that like these souls are suffering because they know they're never going to be allowed to rest. And so death is like both terrifying in its unknowableness, but also like a relief. Relief sounds a little too suicidal, but like, well, it's the counterpoint to life, and it makes life, you know, something. Life wouldn't be life if it didn't end. You know? I hope that makes sense. Just some thoughts I am having. Not fully cooked. Yes, that's interesting. I recently read Lincoln in the Bardo, which is a really weird book, but the characters are in a kind of purgatory, and they are terrified of the idea of final end, but only because they think they might still have the option of regaining life, which they don't. Oh, interesting. I haven't read that one. I've heard some stuff about it. Maybe I should check that out. Was it good? I tend to like books that are described as weird, so it sounds like it might be just up my alley. So let me know if you would recommend it to, you know, a fan of weird books who likes to, I'm like the opposite of people who say it's not that deep. I'm like, this isn't deep, but how can I make it deep? Like, how can I make it meaningful? I guess. I don't know. I don't do that all the time, but I do like thinking about stuff. I don't like indifference. I like it when things mean things. Like things matter, you know? Words mean things, and things happen for reasons, and all that stuff. Yes, I didn't know what the fuck was going on until a long way in, but I enjoyed it. That sounds like exactly my type of book. Like, if the author does a good job of it, I can really enjoy being just super confused while I'm reading. It's like a trust fall. It apparently has an audiobook with a shit ton of narrators because there are a shit ton of ghosts. Interesting. I don't know if I would like to listen to that audiobook. I do love audiobooks in general, but occasionally I'll come across a narrator whose voice doesn't like jive with me, and I feel like there's a higher risk of that happening if you have a lot of narrators. A couple months ago, I read The Atlas 6, finally. I should have read it earlier as a supposed Dark Academia fan. But anyway, I finally read it, and I thought it was pretty fun, and so I started listening to the second book in the series, The Atlas Paradox, on audiobook. And one of the narrators for Parisa, the character who's like, she's sexy, and she uses her sexiness to be duplicitous, and that's basically her whole character. The person who narrates her POVs did it all in like it was meant to be like a sultry voice, but it was like way too breathy and whispery, so it was difficult to discern what she was saying. And it was really annoying, because like not everything from her POV needed to be like sexed up by the narrator. So I I didn't end up finishing that one. I thought I would enjoy it more than I did. I don't know. The Atlantic was a weird experience. It's a book that's like not good. It's not great, but I had a fun time reading. It felt like a bit of a popcorn read. It's pretty stupid, but it's trying to sound smart. um, which I can totally understand why some people like hate it for being pretentious, because it is. Um, and like has no leg to stand on. But the premise kind of lends itself to that, because the the heart of the plot is that these characters have access to like this massive archive of all human knowledge. Like the library of Alexandria never burned down, and they keep adding to the archive. So there's like a ton of shit there. So whenever the author has like a common misconception or whatever, it's a lot more glaring, because the characters should know better, because they have access to all this knowledge. Even to be fair, she did like make the access to the archive restricted. So like not everyone has access to the entire archive. It's like gate kept, and it has like potential to explore this interesting question of like gatekeeping of knowledge. But it's like a great premise that doesn't deliver really. But I thought the like interpersonal drama between the characters was pretty fun. And I don't know. The way the magic works is, I can't decide if I like it or not. But yeah, something about the first book was compelling and kept me reading. But it also has a lot of flaws, in my opinion. Didn't like it. It's not your kind of book. That's totally fair. I can definitely believe that some of the characters were meant to be pretentious, and that makes sense. Yeah. For sure. It's just, I don't know. There's just something about when they're saying something that is clearly meant to be profound, and it's just not. Falls really flat. It's the same writing mistake that the writers in Rings of Power does occasionally. Like, they're trying to imitate Tolkien, but they don't have the same substance behind the words, so it ends up falling really flat. Like in this season, they have this thing where they're like, oh, we don't have the strength. And then someone responds, strength doesn't defeat darkness, light defeats darkness. And that doesn't mean anything. You're saying nonsense to me, and you expect me to just take it. That one is not as glaring as in the first season, where Galadriel's brother, whose name I keep forgetting, fake Lord of the Rings fan, tells her that boats float on the water because they like believe in the light, but stones sink because they're so focused on the darkness or something. And it's like, you can't convince me that with the technological level of elven society at that time, they wouldn't have figured out gravity. Like, surely they knew that like a stone sinks in water because of gravity. I don't know. Leave stones alone. That's what I'm saying. Stones are not evil. Justice for rocks. Yeah. And the Atlas 6 like occasionally has that similar vibe. But you know, it's like I'm gonna keep watching Rings of Power too. I occasionally enjoy stupid entertainment. We can't be smart all the time. It's it's simply not possible. I'm trying to decide if I have another sprint in me or if we should call it. It is a midnight for me, but I also don't have to be up early tomorrow. I am a little tired. What do we think? Going to bed. Have a good sleep. Get your honk shoes. And thank you for hanging out in the sprints. And thank you for the well wishes. I will do my best to feel better soon. I think I am gonna hang out and read for a while longer. Because maybe someone I know will turn up in the chat. But I'm gonna make it a bit of a shorter sprint. 2:40 maybe? That sounds good. Alrighty. Hello, Abby. Nice to see you. Northern Lights is so cool. I've only seen them like once years ago when I was living in northern Sweden, and it was fabulous. That must have been so cool. I'm kind of jealous. Um, I didn't know you could see Northern Lights in the UK. I thought that would be too far from the North Pole, I guess. Um, but I don't know. I don't know a lot of things. Um, I spent some time drawing. I'm drawing a bat. They're visible as far south as London today? That's crazy. Huh. Sun seems to be flaring lately. Wow. Um, that's interesting. I'm a little worried. Like, what's going on? Um, do you wanna do some reading? Because I really want to continue this drawing now. So I'm gonna do another sprint, even though it's late for me. Because why not, right? I'm working on the drawing for the November sticker for my patrons. It looks like a mess right now, but I'm gonna give you an exclusive preview. Can you see it? It's a bat, and it says batshit normal. It's like a play on batshit crazy. I thought it was fun. Nice. Yeah, I mean, if you have a chance to see Northern Lights, you gotta take them. I don't know if they were visible here, but it's also been like cloudy and overcast today. So maybe I should check the news. Have I missed this this sky event because I am I don't know. I was just reading. I'm not seeing anything about it on the news. So hopefully I haven't missed the Northern Lights. Thank you. I think when it's done, it's gonna be cute. But it's the middle stages of a drawing or painting can often be kind of messy. But you gotta stick with it. There was a BBC News alert across the UK, so a lot of Brits know about it being over here. Well, I think, you know, rare BBC dub. That's a thing you want to know about. It's really cool. Nature is really cool. Controversial opinion. So I'm glad they told people. What are you gonna read, Abby? I have, while you were doing that, I have been reading 3 books. First, I read my 3 chapters of Frankenstein. I'm doing like a 2-person book club with my partner, and we're reading 3 chapters at a time and then talking about it on our next date. And then I read a chapter in Defense of Lenin, Volume 1. It was about the outbreak of the First World War and the response of the Second International to that, which was bad. And then I've been reading Inferno by Dante, which was written in the 1300s, which is crazy. This is 700 years old. I'm finding it a lot easier to read than Paradise Lost, which is from the 1600s. But Milton was a lot more cumbersome to get through. This one, fairly easy reading. This translation isn't like the most accessible one, because I listened to the audiobook as well, and the one I listened to had an even more like modern English adapted translation. But I am really enjoying this translation. I'm this far into it, which doesn't look like much, but I've read 9 cantos out of 34. So I got a decent bite. I got a decent chunk bitten off it. So that's cool. And I'm enjoying. You have got Swordcross by Freya Marske and also Henge Witch, which are letters on solo witchcraft. Oh yeah, I think I've heard of that book. In my mid-20s, I had a brief revisiting of like paganism, which was the period when I got my wrist tattoo of the alchemical symbols for fire, earth, water, and air. I can never remember which one is which, but it's a neat little design because it's all like triangles and lines. So I don't super mind having it, even though I'm not into any sort of mysticism currently, and I don't think I ever will be again. I think I'm pretty firmly atheist at this point. But life is a long and winding road, and you know, this was an era. So Swordcrossed is the gay fantasy, I want to say. Isn't Freya Marske? She wrote that one that was like purple, and it was like adapted from a Drarry fanfic, I want to say, or just like inspired by the dynamic or something. Maybe I'm remembering that wrong. I hope it's good in any case. I also love Frankenstein. I'm making my partner read it for the first time and doing a reread myself. And it's a lot of fun. Victor Frankenstein is such a little piss baby. And I'm not saying that because he's so emo, because that's relatable. I am saying it because he is stupid. Like, when he meets his professors at Ingolstadt, he's like, this professor is ugly, so I don't like him. This other professor looks good, so I like him. I hope no one watches this whole stream back, because I already said that earlier in the stream. But I stand by it. But yeah, I can really get behind an unlikable protagonist, and that is definitely Victor Frankenstein. It's also just beautifully written. And like these themes of like life and death and depression are super interesting. So yeah, Frankenstein for sure a banger. Yeah, gay fantasy. And A Marvelous Light, that was the one I was thinking about. Don't know about fanfic, but maybe. I might be mixing it up with some other book I've heard about. There are many books in the world. I don't know if you knew this, but there are many books. I'm the brain is really braining right now. I'm doing it. I've been solving the question of life and death during this stream. And now I'm gonna draw a bat. So I feel like I shouldn't go for too long because it's 10 to 1 a.m. where I am. So let's do a half-hour sprint maybe to 20 past. Yeah, I think that sounds good. Happy reading. Hello. How did we do? Any reading? Oh, I've been live for 4:20. Nice. I have gone this far. So, progress. I really should go to bed now, because it's past 1 a.m. And I was talking to my partner about the AMs recently, because he said his mom had to get up at 3 a.m. this morning to do like a medical procedure, and I said, oh no, I hate 3 a.m. Gotta be one of the worst AMs. And because I feel like if I'm up as late as 3 a.m., the overthinking and the anxiety tends to start to set in, and I feel like a failure in society because I'm up so late. 1 a.m. though, I am like mistress of the night. I'm killing it. I am vibing and thriving. So right now I'm very much vibing and thriving. But it can be good to quit while you're ahead, you know? 30 pages, as well as going through the 7 million photos. I'm excited to see them. I assume they will appear on like Instagram or TikTok. Because I want to see. Okay, that seems like my body is telling me to stop streaming. So I think I'm gonna call it here. Thank you for joining me for these cheering myself up reading sprints. It was a lot of fun. I was like really worried about keeping talking going all by my lonesome, but it turns out I can yap. I can just go on and say all kinds of things. There are many thoughts in there, and if you're like, I cannot be quiet for more than 7 seconds, a lot things just come out. Hopefully none of it was way too stupid. That's that's the hope. Thank you. Thank you. I will have a peep at them. And I shall get some sleep. It's not as late for you, but it is past midnight, so you probably need sleep soon as well, I am assuming. But yeah. Thank you, and have a good sleep. Get those honk shoes. And I will see you in another reading sprint somewhere soon, I bet. Good night. Good night. It's time to end the stream. Good night. It's time to end the stream. Good night. It's time to end the stream.